municipality, right? That power in the SUBS Act, you're saying the municipality, in fact, took it through its powers of delegation system. It exercised its authority to delegate functions, and in doing so, it took that power in the SUBS Act and gave it to a Brigadier Mkhwanazi position to appoint juniors.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. Chief Mapieye, on his statement, you don't have to go there in dealing with this very response you gave to his letter, JM9. He concludes, I'll read it into the record for you at paragraph 34. He concludes that the effect of this letter you wrote is that you lent support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct of making appointments without my approval and or at times my knowledge. He says that's the sum effect of your letter. You are lending your approval to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct as he complained of making these appointments without his, Chief Mapiye's approval and or at times his knowledge. Is that a fair assessment of your letter by Chief Mapieye? That technically you lent support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct in the appointment of these 55?
The content of my letter, it is in relation with the powers within the delegation, the systems of delegation. And I relied on the systems of delegation. Hence, through yesterday's testimony, I continuously refer to both legislation as well as the systems of delegation. So I think it's an area that Council must look into and ensure that both legislations are integrated. And I can no longer comment on this. I think I have ventilated everything in terms of my understanding about the systems of delegations as well as the powers of the Chief of Police in terms of the SUBS Act and as well as the Systems Act.
But what you're addressing right now is your justification for doing so. And I do accept that you base it on your understanding of the legal position at the time. I don't quibble with that. Whether or not your understanding was right or wrong, that's not the debate we are having. And I know you've addressed that issue, and you just did now again. I'm saying Chief Mapieye says, on the reading of your response, when you respond to his complaint that Mkhwanazi effected 55 illegal appointments, the interpretation and sum total of your response is to lend support to Brigadier Mkhwanazi's conduct. That's Chief Mapiye's interpretation. And my question to you is he being fair to you to understand your letter that way? Did you lend support or did you object to those appointments as effected by Brigadier Mkhwanazi?
The 55 positions are actually under review as we speak, and I will...
So sorry, I missed that. You spoke softly.
The 55 positions, as we speak, they are under review by the municipality.
May I stop you, Dr. Mashazian? It's because you are telling me about others. I'm asking about you. Can we confine ourselves to the issue? I'm giving you an opportunity to say whether or not Chief Mapieye is being fair to you to say technically you supported Brigadier Mkhwanazi. And I'm posing a direct question to you. Did you support Brigadier Mkhwanazi in this conduct or not? So don't tell me about a review that's currently undergoing in an environment that you are no longer a part of. Would you like to comment on that?
I commented by saying my letter to Chief Mapieye was based on the systems of delegation. And I do not want to comment whether he makes an assumption that I was in support or not. And I therefore want to close by saying that I do not have a comment over his assumption that I supported or not supported. But looking at the process that he was not consulted as well as an HOD responsible for appointing in terms of the Act, but looking at the systems of delegations that empowers a lower level to him to do the appointment. The legality of whether people qualified and whatever, Well, it is unfortunate and it will be irregular if that is the case, that some of the people that were appointed did not qualify or the appointments were irregular.
Okay.
Sorry, Advocate.
Yes, sir.
Dr. Mashazi, it seems to me then that we don't need to have a long debate on this issue, because even on your construction, the mere fact that he did not consult, I'm not suggesting that your construction is correct. I'm simply saying even on your construction, the fact that he did not consult the chief of police means he did something wrong. But now this letter appears to suggest that you didn't take action against him and therefore you lent support to whatever wrong that he did. And you can either say yes or no. Either you lended support or you did not.
I did not lend support to his appointment. In my letter is clear, and thank you very much for reminding me about my letter. It's clear that he did not consult the chief of police, and he was reprimanded that he must respect the authority. The chief of police is the HOD of the department. So the assertion that I supported him, I cannot agree that I supported him in view of the letter that I have written, and I thought I have answered the question. And okay, let me stop there.
Thank you, Commissioner Khumalo. I understand your response. My question is, you say you don't lend support, you accept on a different basis that the appointments were invalid because he did not consult the chief of police.
Agreed.
Did you direct that they being invalid in law be reversed? Did you ensure that that process takes place? Because I'm sure you will not support the continuation in office of illegally appointed people. What action did you take, or what steps did you take to satisfy yourself as city manager that that illegal act was reversed?
I don't recall whether I did something or nothing.
No, you've said nothing already. So you don't recall. What don't you recall?
I meant to say I do not recall. I withdraw nothing. I do not recall.
You don't recall what, Dr. Mashazi? Whether you did anything about it or not?
Exactly.
You don't recall?
Exactly.
On this very serious matter of 55 employees that have been promoted, your chief of police raises that very important issue, which has huge financial implications for the municipality, in addition to legal complications of the validity of these appointments. Your chief of police raises that with you in writing. You respond, you say, I will speak to Brigadier Mkhwanazi. You sit now, you want the commission to accept that you don't recall whether you did anything about it.
This matter happened in which year? I think you'll appreciate the fact that we were given 2 days, and some of the information at hand, we could not even verify. And the letter, I saw it now in the bundle during the commission that Chief indeed wrote to me. That's when I recall that I wrote back to him. The issue of calling Mkhwanazi, but that was the last discussion that I had with Chief. I do not recall other things, and I do not want to commit and lie that I did it or I didn't do it. Hence, I'm saying I do not recall. And can we be given a chance to go back and check if indeed there was communication between myself and Mkhwanazi about this behavior?
I don't have any difficulty with you asking for an opportunity to go and check and add it to your list, but I do have a problem when you sit there and you say, I don't recall. And that's, you're prepared to say that and leave it at that. I think that is a problem. It raises issues, for me at least, about, are you taking this process seriously? Did you come here to assist the commission? And answers like, I don't recall, on such an important issue where you've had the opportunity to refresh your memory when you saw these letters? You refreshed your memory. You sit and you say, I don't recall. It suggests to me that you may not be taking this process as seriously as we are taking it. You can comment if you want to, but I'm happy if you choose not to say anything.
No comment.
Thank you, Commissioner. I think to the extent that you have any of the MAPA files open before you may close that, because we are moving to question 9 now. Question 9. So we, for the moment, can put away the MAPA files, both the statement and the annexure. Question 9, which starts at your page 20, invited you to speak to the amendment to the scope and powers of the divisional head, employee relations, and your role in it. Do you see where I'm reading?
Correct.
Now, you give a response to that specific question from your paragraph 113 to 118.
Correct.
Can you summarize effectively what your response is to that question?
Firstly, the issue about the amendment to the scope and powers of divisional head, it's about employee relation, it's about cost containment. Cost containment because this particular department had a lot of labor issues to an extent that during the adjustment budget is always allocated to assist them. And that budget seemed not to be enough. And as we speak, some of the attorneys are not yet paid for rendering services to the municipality, mainly because the fees, and there was no structure in terms of the fees in the appointment of these attorneys. Then we suggested that to curtail even the fees because the fees were exorbitant. The DH had powers to appoint any attorney, any law firm to assist him, and they were paid at the rate that he decided upon. Then we centralized that the function to say the legal and corporate do have a panel of attorneys, and they have a specific rate which is affordable to the municipality. And such attorneys should be utilized to assist the labor relations because for us it was an issue of budget. And we have records where they over exceeded their budget. And we have a lot of complaints from lawyers. I remember on top of my head, it's the Mohasha attorneys at some point, they were not paid. I don't know if they are paid now. They were dealing with labor issues. So we had to actually amend this. But there's also internal communication between HOD, HR, and his divisional head, and her divisional head, then employee relation about the delegations of appointing attorneys and so forth. But my duty was to ensure that we curtail cost because budget was an issue.
Thank you for that. I see at your paragraph 115, you deal with the primary purpose of the amendment, and you say it was to curtail escalating legal costs. And you continue to say the attorneys independently appointed by departmental heads were charging significantly higher fees than those on the city's approved panel, which operated on a standardized regulated rates.
Correct.
So I don't understand what exactly were you amending, because it sounds like the issue was to prohibit the appointment of expensive attorneys and to impose on all departments to make their selection from the city's approved panel. Was that not the solution to the problem? Based on what you say here.
Yeah, the solution was to obviously curtail costs, especially in this particular department. though the memo went to all the departments that they can't appoint their own legal reps, there's a panel that is appointed at a specific rate which is affordable to the city. That is where I came in.
And that was the extent of the amendment.
Correct, ma'am.
But otherwise, besides directing that appointments be made from the panel, the attorneys panel, you didn't effect any other changes?
Changes in relation to his powers?
Yes.
I don't recall. Can we see his...
Okay, let's see. We will do so with reference to Niza's statement. If you can get your hands on Niza's statement. Not the annexures, just the statement.
Page.
And if you are there, if you go to page 24. And from page 24, paragraph 74, in this statement, Mr. Niza deals with the B2B anonymous emails. And just to summarize, what his testimony is that these emails were received from this person or this entity that called itself B2B on the 20th of August 2023. And if you look at paragraph 76, besides, he quotes the email, but my interest is at page 25. My interest is at page 25. The last line of the italicized quotation there, which reads, I am told from reliable sources that Imogen Mashazi, who's the city manager, is the one who's protecting Julius Mkwanazi. Now, they've excised that from the actual Bitli email received. If you look at paragraph 74, Mr. Ngwiza testified that you were copied on this email. And the subject line of the email was favoritism and corruption within the city. So this happens on the 20th of August, 2023. Mr. Ngwiza suggests that on the 21st of August, 2023, you called for a meeting with inter alia him. And I want to check whether, did you?
The answer is no.
So, at paragraph 79, page 25, when Mr. Ngwiza says, that very morning I received a call from Mr. Kasheka instructing me to drop everything and immediately get to the office of the city manager. Then he had to go there. So that meeting, did that meeting take place?
I don't recall, and I cannot comment on his say. I need proof from him that meeting occurred and where and what time.
Do you recall such meeting occurring in the 365 days of 2023? Not necessarily the date he's giving, in any day of 2023. You make your election of 365 days of 2023. Do you recall having a meeting as described by Mr. Ngwiza in that year?
I don't.
You don't?
Yes.
Completely and utterly. So it was purely coincidental that the big emails come in. In those emails, it is alleged that you specifically, as the city manager, are the one protecting Julius Mkwanazi. The next day, this meeting is called, and according to Mr. Ngwiza, at 82, he arrived in Germiston to your boardroom. You asked if he knew Bikli. He denied knowledge, and you accused him point blank that he had leaked the charge sheet to Bikli, alternatively that he, Mr. Ngwiza, is Bikli. You deny all that?
I do.
So you effect the amendment on the next day, on the 22nd of August. And the effect of that amendment that you've just spoken to, which earlier you said was all about how to appoint attorneys, resulted in stripping Mr. Ngqiza of all his powers regarding appointment of attorneys. How did that come about? And why was it relevant to do so?
Okay, thank you very much. Now you give me an opportunity to address this thing fully. Mr. Ngqiza...
What will not happen? I'm sorry, Dr. Mashazi. I'm not giving you a platform to have a rally. I asked you a specific question. So far, you did not recall. I'm asking you a specific question. Why did, on your own version, if your version is that you were doing so as a cost-cutting measure to ensure that only persons or attorneys listed on the approved panel are appointed, why did it require such an extensive amendment to the point that it stripped Mr. Ngqiza of all his powers to appoint? Where is the connection between what you allege at 115 and the effect that it had on Mr. Ngqiza?
So you take the connection that I did this to protect Mkhwanazi so that Ngqiza doesn't appoint attorneys. Is that your assertion?
I don't have an assertion. I'm telling you what Mr. Ngqiza says. You don't recall. I'm telling you what Mr. Ngqiza says the effect is. You don't recall. I go to the statement you made to say mine was just a cost-cutting exercise. And I say, I don't understand why that cost-cutting exercise, as you have alleged, could in any manner result in Mr. Ngqiza being stripped of his powers. Now you turn around and say this is a good opportunity to address, and I'm stopping you from any address that you want to make. You can make the address at a different time, but for the moment I need an answer to my question.
Okay, the answer to your question is Mr. Ngqiza had an opportunity for a year to concord his statement and correlate all the documents that are here, and I was given 2 days to actually respond to all the allegations that they made. That is my answer to that. And I cannot accept that there's correlation between the cost-cutting measures that I am indicating in my statement, and the relationship between the Bixi and Mr. Ngqiza's assertion. I do not accept Mr. Ngqiza's assertion, and I do not want to comment on it. And I am not accepting that there's correlation of my response or my ability to cut costs in terms of legal fees as a way of protecting any person and as a way of actually curtailing powers of an individual. I reject the assertion.
Did you, Dr. Mashazi, did you substantially curtail Mr. Ngqiza's powers?
No, Commissioner.
So he was not telling the truth when he said you did?
That I did curtail the powers. I only addressed the issue of cost, Commissioner, where I was concerned. And if you can look at our financial statement or at our finances or in terms of quarterly reports, always on an annual basis, when we do our adjustment budget, the department, especially labor relations, they request additional amount because they cannot pay lawyers. The costs are very high. And the cost in terms of payment of lawyers that are dealing with labor cases were not affordable to the city. Hence, I suggested and I recommended that all the departments, whether it's a divisional head, whether the division is employee relation or whatever, they should actually use the panel of attorneys that are appointed by council at a rate that is affordable to the city. This is the only power, the so-called power, that I am alleged to have curtailed.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Chair. Just to close on this, then, at your paragraph 115, page 20, you assert that the primary purpose of the amendment was to curtail escalating legal costs. You don't have to go there, but I want to refer you to a document in Mr. Mwiza's annexures, and it's annexure PN 13, starting at page 311. In fact, please go there. Page 311 of Mwiza's annexures. It's annexure PN 13 for the record. It's a 3-page document, and if you go to page 313, you confirm that's your annexure at the bottom of that page, and it's dated the 22nd August 2023.
Correct, ma'am.
That's your signature, correct? Dr. Mashazi, do you confirm that's your signature?
Yes, it's my signature.
So this document is then the amendment that we've been talking about.
Correct.
Now, at 115, you say the purpose was to curtail escalating legal costs. I want to read a portion for you from that document. And I'm at page 312. At page 312, there are 2 bullet points followed by 2 paragraphs before the numbered paragraphs begin, starting with A1. Do you see where I am?
Yes, I see.
The paragraph immediately above A1 reads as follows. Quote, to usher in expeditious, credible, consistent and uniform management of discipline within the municipality, the following persons are hereby delegated to perform the above listed functions, as well as all other functions connected therewith as appears from the collective agreement in that regard as the municipal city manager's authorized representatives. And then you list. And Mr. Ngisa contends that it is that part of the delegation, listing A1 to I at page 313 that had the effect of stripping him of all his powers. If one casts a very cursory eye over this document, nowhere does it suggest that its purpose, primary or otherwise, was to curtail escalating legal costs. Why is the issue of cost not part of this amendment or amended delegated powers matrix?
Mr. Ngisa, at his level, as I indicated, that he appointed
I would like us to confirm. I'm under serious time pressures. I'm so sorry. We still have a question to deal with before lunch. I'm confining myself to your 115, where you say the primary purpose was to curtail escalating legal costs. And I'm putting you to you that is one thing that is missing in this amendment created and drafted by you. And I would like to invite your comment on that. You can cast your eye over it, and if I am wrong, I'll happily accept if you point me to the part where it speaks of curtailing legal costs.
Okay, this delegation, if you are delegated to appoint presiding officers, obviously you'll decide in terms of who you appoint, and secondly, you use your powers to actually decide on the payment fees, payment structure. So Mr. Ngisa used to appoint attorneys, presiding officers, and so forth, and use his own legal structure, legal fee structure, sort of. So the purpose of curtailing these powers, they are mainly related to cost cutting, and for the fact that it is not explicit in the document that the aim was to curtail cost, but the aim was to curtail these powers for a person to decide on who to appoint and to decide on a fee structure, which was problematic for the city. So if the fee structure and the actual appointment are not actually related according to the question asked, and the issue of fees or costs being cut is not explicit in the document, it is unfortunate.
Is it implicit? You say it's not explicit. Is it implicit? And from which wording can it be implied?
I do not have comment on that.
Okay.
I have explained that curtailing these powers, he had powers to appoint attorneys and he had powers to use his own fee structure. And for me as an accounting officer responding to the issues of this nature, I had to do something. That even the appointment of those, remember before you pay anyone or before you decide on a fee structure, you should start by appointing an attorney.
Yes.
And then you decide on a fee structure. Hence, my comment in terms of my statement to say the main aim of changing this was to actually deal with the issue of the budget.
Dr.
I know that.
Dr. Mashazi, in that page 312, just above A1, number A1, that seems to set out the purpose of these changes that you are introducing. And I'll assist to read it. It says, to usher in expeditious, credible, consistent, and uniform management of discipline within the municipality, the following persons are delegated to perform the above functions, as well as other functions that appears. And you list who is authorized to do what. So in that paragraph, you clearly set out what is the purpose. There's no indication of budgetary or cost considerations, one. But two, even these people that you are authorizing here, nowhere do you say their powers to determine what to pay is in any way constrained. So, I mean, this doesn't speak to what you're saying at all. Do you accept that?
What I'm saying, ma'am, is that before you could appoint an attorney, obviously you need to go through the processes of appointing an attorney and also look at the fee structure. So you can't just come and say you want to pay this person this amount, or you can't even choose the kind of attorney you want. You need to go through the panel. That's why the function was centralized to the HOD, because she must account to the budget and she must account to the processes.
Yes, I guess what I'm trying to clarify is if the purpose of these changes was to manage the appointment of attorneys from the panel, to make sure they're appointed from the panel, and that a particular fee structure is followed, why didn't you just simply do that and say, Mr. Ngqiza, with effect from day so and so, you will only appoint from the panel and you will appoint in accordance with this approved fee structure? I mean, this seems to be quite a convoluted way to go about it if all you were doing was to manage budgets and the power to stop the power to appoint outside of the panel.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I did not want to go deeper into HR matters. Mr. Ngqiza has a history of appointing one single firm, which is Jack Zibidiela Attorneys. He had that challenge. And the fees were exorbitant in terms of his fee structure. And we advised him that please use the panel of attorneys, even though he was advised by his HOD to use the panel in the corporate and legal department. He used them, but he paid them differently. The fee structure was different, hence the escalation of this legal cost continued to an extent that we failed to actually pay other attorneys in terms of the work that the services that they rendered to the municipality. So we had to do something from the accounting level to ensure that even in the process there's credibility. And from the top of my head, Mr. Zibidiela never won any case. And at some point he did not even attend the court case where the accounting officer was issued with summons.
Okay. Let's not speak about Mr. Zabediela, who doesn't have a right of reply, but you've answered me. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Baloyi. Unless there are questions from commissioners on this question, I'm moving on to the next question, which is my last question. And that is question 13, Dr. Mashazi. It starts at your page 24. This is in regard to Chief Mapiea's suspension on 25th September 2024. And in particular, it invites you to provide the reasons, basis, and necessity thereof, including factors taken into consideration in suspending him. That's on the one hand. You are further requested to provide all council resolutions concerning the allegations of sexual harassment against a fellow officer leveled against Chief Mapiea and the subsequent disciplinary processes initiated on 20 November 2024. It's quite a compound question. You respond quite extensively to that question, starting from your paragraph 144 to 167. Before we get to your answer, I would like to refer you to Chief Mapiea's statement, because I have a request to make to you. Yes, I'm going to take you to the page. And page 30 of Mapiea. And under a heading titled Laying of Trumped Up Charges Against Me, he deals with this issue of his suspension from paragraph 112 to 115. So technically in 4 paragraphs. And I want you to satisfy yourself that in dealing with his suspension and the basis thereof, he does not mention any names of any ladies affected by the charges brought against him. And he did so deliberately. And I will confirm that in his oral testimony, he also did not mention any names. And insofar as I'm concerned, I think that's an appropriate approach. The issues that are sought to be interrogated can be so interrogated without naming names. I see in your statement, however, you introduce the victim's name or victims' names. And I reference you, Chief Mapiea's statement and also his testimony to implore you to resist the urge to mention the specific people by name, but otherwise you may deal with your response in its entirety. As I understand, one or some of them may be mothers and wives, and perhaps to avoid unnecessary embarrassment, whether to themselves directly, their families, or their children, to suggest that we can deal with the issues without mentioning their names. They are in your statement, and if you agree with my proposition, then their names will be duly redacted from your statement. Are we able to approach the matter on that basis?
Agreed.
Thank you. Then you may address the questions posed to you. You start at paragraph 144 to page 167. And I invite you to deal with those questions in the manner that is most comfortable for you. Thank you.
Okay. The first question is about the victim that submitted a formal complaint to me containing extremely serious allegations of sexual harassment, coercion, intimidation, and abuse of authority by the Chief of Police. Upon receiving this complaint, I immediately forwarded the matter to the Executive Mayor of the city of Ekurhuleni. And in terms of the processes of the city, the report, my report to the executive mayor must be accompanied by this formal complaint and a report. Or the report must include the formal complaint as an attachment, which I did. The complaint came to me, I think, in July 2024. I struggled to convince the executive mayor to entertain the report, as I believe that the report has serious misconduct against a senior official. And it is my responsibility as an accounting officer in terms of the code of conduct of senior managers that should I become aware of any misconduct, I should immediately report to council, which I did. But the process of reporting to council, I must first go through the mayoral committee, and I was blocked. I received the complaint in July. I thought this report would serve in the mayoral committee end of July. Unfortunately, I was blocked. And I tried again in August to submit the report to the mayoral committee. The first time, it was never even entertained. The second time, the mayor was in Cape Town, and there was acting mayor, and he said he'd rather wait for the mayor to address the issue. Then because I had the pleasure of dealing with this, because I'm supposed to deal with this matter within a specific period, I decided to take the report straight to council, because the legislation does allow that if you are blocked by the executive, the responsibility of disciplining senior managers lies squarely on council. Then I took the report straight to council. Unfortunately, there was a backlash. Council could not accept the report. They had to take the report back to the mayoral committee, for mayoral committee to consider the report. Before the consideration of the report, I was called by the mayor and the MMC Finance, and a guy called Absalom Budeli from ANC, indicating that I should stop the process of disciplining or of serving the report to council about the misconduct, the sexual harassment misconduct of Mr. Mapeya. In that meeting, they also suggested that I should take special leave, that is from end of September until December. And then after December, the mayor would consider paying me out the remainder of the term. According to my retirement age. In that meeting, I indicated to them that, and MMC Finance specifically said, I undermined their authority as leadership of the ANC, and they're in charge of council. I undermined their authority by taking the report direct to council. And in my response, I indicated that you guys frustrated me for 2 months, and this issue is a pressing matter. The subordinate in question is working in the office of the Chief of Police. And for us to protect the subordinate and to actually address the matter properly, we need to go through to council and ensure that council satisfies itself and determine whether the Chief of Police should be put on precautionary suspension or the Chief of Police should be disciplined. The meeting didn't end well, and I refused to take special leave. I indicated to the executive mayor that I'm retiring end of July, and I will not take any leave. I'm going to work, continue to work, but I agree with you that you need changes. And I will.
Dr. Mashazi, at a convenient point, perhaps not more than a sentence, can you please stop? We need to deal with something.
Okay.
Yeah. Can we stop at this point?
Agreed.
Or may we stop at this point?
Agreed, Chair.
All right. We'll come back when, maybe 5 minutes, give or take.
5 minutes.
Thank you, Chair.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. Good afternoon. We're just about to resume. Thank you.
Dr. Mashazi, you were still speaking.
Perhaps to try and orientate you, Dr. Mashazi, you were talking about your own personal issues, I think, at the point we adjourned, where it was suggested to you that I think you go on special leave, and you indicated that you rejected that offer. So you may take the conversation from there.
Yeah, I'm trying to demonstrate that my challenges came when I wanted to suspend Chief of Police, and which was my responsibility as an accounting officer to bring to the attention of council. Nonetheless, the report went to council finally, and subsequent to that, council considered the report and deliberated upon the allegations. And the Chief of Police was, I wrote the letter to the Chief of Police for the intention to suspend him post-council resolution or post-council meeting. The annexures that are attached in terms of the council resolution, in terms of his suspension, he subsequently went to the Labour Court, to the bargaining council, to challenge his suspension. Unfortunately, the suspension was upheld by the bargaining council, and he continued to be on suspension. Then council requested that I report to council within 30 days in terms of the progress which we did, where council decided that he should be, during the council meeting of October, that the Chief of Police should be formally disciplined. That is the decision, and we have actually attached an annexure to support the notion that council did not authorize the accounting officer to discipline the Chief of Police. Is annexure IM 25. November, the Chief of Police, 18th of November, Chief of Police was issued with a notice to attend the disciplinary hearing. And that is where I end in terms of my response.
Thank you. You have annexed as annexure IM 26 to your statement.
Mm-hmm.
The charge sheet served on Mr. Mapieye regarding the sexual harassment allegations proffered against him. Is that correct?
We agreed that what was required was the council resolution, and we withdraw this. I'm not sure whether you still recall that you indicated that what was required was the actual council resolution, which were questioned by the Chief of Police. And we agreed that we no longer use this as an annex. Am I correct?
No.
Okay.
No, we are dealing.
Okay, let me withdraw.
Okay, no, that's fine. That's fine.
Let me withdraw.
No, I think what we agreed on is when we get to the charges proffered against Chief Mapieye, we will not mention the names of the ladies impacted. That's the agreement. But not that we are not dealing with your response and your allegations against Mr. Mapieye. And it is important that we do so, because when you started your testimony, that's precisely where you started to complain about the predatory nature of Chief Mapieye over an extended course within the department. And in response to some of the issues arising there from yesterday, you indicated that you will articulate better or say more when we deal specifically with this question. So we are there. And you actually justified your references to Mr. Mapiye's unacceptable conduct in harassing female members. And you specifically made reference to his subsequent suspension from the 24th of September as validation of the claims that you make at your paragraph 50.1, where you say it has been widely reported to you that Chief Mapieye fathered multiple children with subordinates, sexual harassment, coercion, and rape. You remember there was a bit of engagement between yourself and the commissioners on those allegations, and specifically what you did. And you and I also had an engagement on that. And yesterday you said you will deal more with these issues to demonstrate that you took them seriously. Correct. That you subsequently suspended him and you initiated disciplinary proceedings. Correct. So what we've just dealt with now is the second half of that question, which basically sought to establish whether council had authorized. And you have demonstrated that council had duly authorized that firstly an investigation be undertaken, and secondly, having been persuaded, I won't say by you, but I would say by report to council, that the allegations were serious enough that they justified approval to initiate disciplinary processes, which you duly subsequently did. Are we still together thus far?
Correct.
So now we are at this part where we are looking at these charges. I take it because you suspended him, he reports to you, and based on his seniority, you kept yourself informed of the progress of that disciplinary process, did you? Well, not chapter and verse, but, in essence, he being your direct report, you would want to know progress because he can forever be on suspension. Yes. So did you keep an eye, quote unquote, on the matter in the manner that I have suggested? Correct. I'm going to share a quick file. It's an exhibit file of documents we have put together. It will be distributed shortly. These are documents pertaining to this very these very charges that you speak of. And in particular, they will deal with the rape allegation that you spoke to at length yesterday that were leveled against Mr. Mapieye. So just a pile of documents, and I'll tell us where to go at which juncture. 1 for the witness and 3 for the commissioners, please. And that's the commission's exhibit bundle. Chair, how do we mark it? Do we call it?
You should have been keeping the running exhibits list.
Let me just check. I am told that the next number is CJC 52 capital A. Yes.
CJC what?
CJC 52 capital A. I'm reliably informed.
Let's trust you on this.
I'm trusting Advocate Mutlasedi, and I see Commissioner Baloy also nodding in agreement.
So marked.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Now, you annexed the charge sheet of about 12 counts, and that charge sheet you've marked I am 25.
Correct.
I apologize, 26. I am 26. And this deals with misconduct by Chief Mapieye, spanning a period of at least 13 years, from 2011 to 2023 or 2024, on my last count. Is that correct? Give or take a year?
Correct.
Is that a fair assessment?
Correct.
And where, yes, count one is said to have arisen on or about 2010 or 2011. That's count one.
Yes.
The last count, and they go sequentially, is I think count number 11 or 12 at page 113, and now the date there is the 29th of July 2024, and every other date in between, to give cumulatively about 12 charges, independent charges of sexual harassment and rape. Am I correct?
Correct.
Are you aware, and this is dated the 20th of November 2024, he having been suspended on the 25th of September 24.
Correct.
The document you have annexed also includes a notice to appear in a disciplinary hearing, and that appearance was scheduled for the 28th of November 2024.
Correct.
Do you confirm that that hearing was held on the scheduled date or soon thereafter? To your knowledge, was it held?
Can you repeat the question?
Was that hearing that was scheduled for the 28th of November 2024 proceeded with, was it held on that scheduled day?
I
You don't know.
recall.
Are you aware, and before we deal with this, I must place on record that Chief Mapieye was very much as he is aggrieved, rightly or wrongly, and that is not the issue really, he was very hesitant to deal with these matters. And that's why, hence the brevity in his statement, to mention purely that he was he was suspended, subjected to the process, and the process is ongoing. And the reason he advanced for the brevity is that he did not want to seem to be abusing this process, this commission, for labor matters that already are being addressed in an appropriate forum. That was his explanation. And to detail about these matters. But now that you brought them to the fore, I think it's only appropriate that the fuller picture be provided, because I believe you don't provide as full and as truthful a picture as I believe you are able to, at most, or at the very least, you ought to be able to, because you were the city manager. So I propose to assist you in that regard. Are you aware that on the 23rd of January 2025, in the course of that hearing, the prosecutor against Mr. Mapieye filed an amended charge sheet, and that appears in exhibit I've just given you at page 70. You want to satisfy yourself? And at page 70, there was a serious culling of the charges, and to reduce them from the original number of 1211, and I say 1211 because of how they are structured. It's supposed to be two charges, charge one having multiple counts, 11 counts, and then there is charge two separately. So, for ease of reference, let's call them 12 charges. When these were amended, if you read Annexure 7 of the Annexure 8 of the exhibit from 70, certain counts and the facts originally pleaded to support that have been culled, and there's been a reduction. Would you have a difficulty with that proposal?
I will, Commissioner, because the issue of DC, it is handled by the Department of HR together with the attorneys. We appoint external attorneys, one to prepare charges, two to participate in the disciplinary process of a senior manager.
Yes. But you brought the charge sheet to this forum. Mr. Mapie didn't. You brought it. And I'm saying if we are going to talk about charges leveled by the city of Ekurhuleni under your guidance against Chief Mapie, it's only fair that we deal with them in their entirety. Otherwise, we are treating Chief Mapie unfairly. Whether or not he's guilty of these charges is neither here nor there. It is how we treat him. You brought it, we deal with it. So, I don't know how you got hold of that charge sheet, but I accept. Somebody in the department would probably have shared it with you, and you shared it with the commission. Did they share with you the amendment of the 23rd of January 2025?
No.
They didn't. Did they share with you the amended charge sheet of 4th of June 2025, appearing at page 17 of the exhibit under tab 3?
No.
And I would like to invite you specifically to that amended charge sheet. This is the latest charge sheet, dated 4th June 2025. According to Chief Mapie in his statement at paragraph 113, he stated that the leading of evidence has concluded in this matter and heads of argument have been filed during October 2025. Argument is set down for 14 November 2025. So, by June, one would take it that significant evidence had been laid, because by October the same year, heads are being filed. And a set down for argument for the 14th of November is agreed upon. So if we go to the latest amended, and I would like to invite you to that document, page 17, please, under tab 4. 17, sorry.
Which document?
The exhibit, the one that just got distributed.
Oh, this one.
Yes. The tabs are marked.
This one.
They are numbered 1 to whatever.
And then the name is file 3. Oh.
Yes, file 3. File 3, you're correct.
For Dr. Mashaz.
Yes.
Okay, page 17, 17.
All right, let's take a step back perhaps for a second. Let's start at 23, because that's the one we dealt with. But here you're looking at the wrong file. So just to make sure. At page 23, under tab 5, it reads, it's a document that is headed amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing, and you can tell that this is between the Metro and Chief Mapie. Now, if you go to the first paragraph of that the heading below, the trim lines, it reads, kindly take notice that the disciplinary hearing charge sheet that was served on you on 20th November 2024, and which hearing has now been confirmed and agreed between the municipality and your legal representative, the details, last sentence of that paragraph, is hereby amended in the respect set out below. Then the document itself reflects the amendment effected, the detail of which is not particularly necessary at this juncture. Okay? So then I invite you to page 70. Page 70 is another charge sheet in trim lines under tab 7. Oh, sorry, tab 8. In trim lines, it reads, final amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing, incorporating the handwritten amendments to charges effected on 23/01/25. You You see that?
Yes.
So that's a further amendment in January 2025.
Correct.
But the most important one I'm interested in is the one at page 17 under tab 4, which is a further amendment. And once again, the heading of that one is final amended charge sheet in respect of disciplinary hearing dated 4th June 2025. So earlier when I said to you that the original charge sheet is the 20th of November, then it goes through various iterations and amendments, with the last one being the one dated the 4th of June 25 at page 17. Now I want to invite you to consider page 19 of that document. You can look at 18. There is charge 1. At 19, from paragraph 4, it sets out the charge. And that is in relation to events that, according to this charge, arose on or about 2011. It's got some subs, so it's a one charge. And then it has a new heading, nature and an impact of the conduct aforesaid. Then overleaf, it's a space for signature. So between the 20th of November, where the prosecutor started with 12 charges spanning a period of 13 years, you accept that by the 4th of June, that charge sheet had been significantly amended to retain one charge of events arising from 2011. If you cast your eye on that charge,
Page 90.
page 19, yes.
90.
19.
Which document?
19.
19.
Yes.
Maybe
19.
19. Okay, charge.
Okay. Yes. Where it starts at 17. That's the final amended charge sheet dated 4th of July 2025. And the detail of the charge remaining is at page 19. And if you look at item 4 there, it gives the detail of the conduct complained of. The only point I seek to make there is that it arose from 2011, or in some date in 2011. Do you see that?
I'm sure we're not using the same document.
It's the last document you were referred
Yes,
to.
I
You
received-
asked what document Advocate Sillo was referring you to. She told you
this one?
it's that last document. She has not changed. She has not changed the
What
last
page are
document.
you on, sorry, Chair?
19.
Yes, and then do you have paragraph 4 at the top?
Yes, I do have.
Yeah. So the charge Advocate Sillo is referring to paragraph 4 and the subparagraphs and sub-subparagraphs under 4.
Thanks.
Okay. So if you go back then just to orientate you, you'll see at page 18, it's got a heading before item 3 that says charge 1. And the detail of that charge is what's set out at item 4, page 19, and this relates to events arising in 2011.
Correct.
When you look at that charge, you confirm that it does not involve allegations of rape.
Allegations of?
Rape,
Yes.
this charge.
Can I explain?
Yes, ma'am.
Rape, I indicated that rape was reported this year, July. And these charges were actually drawn in 2024, post the suspension.
If your statement at paragraph 144, I'm looking for your rape claim specifically.
50.1. Is it 50.1?
Yeah, we can have that one, but in the list of charges brought against Mr. Mapieye, one of them was a charge of rape. And that you will find in your annexure, I am 26 at page 102. And that is count 8.
Isilo, page 26, paragraph 163. It seems to me that you and the witness are on the same page, because in her statement, she only lists one charge. She says, I'm advised that Chief Mapieye currently has the following charge and count against him, and that is the count, and it's one count on 163. And then where the two of you maybe are losing each other was the witness's last answer, where she says the allegation of rape was only made in 2025. So when the charge sheet you're referring to was drafted, it doesn't include that, because this is now 165 in the statement. So I think that's where the two of you were. And
perhaps, and I accept that. And I think the misstep was caused by the fact that the original statement had quoted all the charges in their entirety. The signed statement, which is the updated statement from yesterday, there is an indication that only one charge remains. But that's a charge of 2011, right? And if we go back to your annexure, I am 26. I just want us to agree on record at page 102 that the charge of rape was count 8 and related to an incident of October 2023. You're looking at me, another document.
Yes, I'm looking at you. We've agreed yesterday.
So you accept that that charge was withdrawn?
Yeah, we accepted that. We are going to concentrate on the amended charges. Can we talk to the amended charges?
There's only one charge left. I want us to agree that the rape charge that you spoke so much of yesterday was in fact in this process withdrawn, and that's charge 8. Next, yes. So it was withdrawn, except you omitted to draw to the attention of the commissioners yesterday that the rape charge that you spoke so often about was in fact withdrawn.
And now, I indicated that the victim should be afforded an opportunity to come and speak for herself, which she agreed.
And I think that is
about
correct.
The rape and the case.
That is correct.
I'm not going to talk about it because I was not there.
Then you simply shouldn't have brought it to this commission if you can't talk about these things. It's only appropriate that you shouldn't have. But you did. And you spent time on your paragraph 50.1.
Qualified my statement when I made these allegations that the victim will therefore come and speak for herself.
Okay, perhaps I'll stop it there. You brought up these issues, and I submit. For your own, and forgive me if my choice of words is not right, ulterior purposes. And when you are confronted with them and you are asked to clarify, then your response that the victim must come. This commission is not interested in subjecting victims to secondary abuse, which appears to be a solution to the problem as far as you are concerned. If you couldn't speak to them as a city manager, a person of your seniority, involving junior members in the force, you ought to have applied better judgment before you drag their names before this commission. And when you can't answer the questions further, you then say they must come themselves and speak to these issues. They never invited themselves here. And why should the commissioners do? That's highly responsible of you, Dr. Mashazi.
Can I remind you that in terms of the invite to this commission, I was afforded an opportunity to call any witness if I want to. And I have chosen to call this witness to come and testify on the issues that I've raised, especially the issue around rape and the issue around harassment.
But you,
unless I was limited not to invite certain
no,
witnesses.
you ask witnesses to be called to speak on your behalf. An allegation of rape by a junior member in the force has got nothing to do with you. And that witness can't come and testify to that issue because you did not suffer that indignity. So you misunderstood the rule, because clearly you understood it to mean you will throw mud at everybody, and if it doesn't stick, you will get a witness drag some witness out of a hole to present them before this commission so that your personal objectives are met. That's not what the rule intended. It intended for you to be able to call witnesses in your defense. These issues have got nothing to do with your defense. Perhaps that's what your program does. You used a junior's misfortune for your own purposes before this commission. It's sad enough. I don't want to engage on it. And I think as we leave here today, you should really go reflect and engage with this poor lady and stop using her or attempting to use her, because we will not permit you to use her in this environment. But that please don't try and use her for these purposes. Thank you.
Okay, can I pose a question? That chief of police was allowed to call Tipper as a witness, and I'm not allowed to call anyone to collaborate with my story. It is unfortunate. I accept it. I do not want to change the rule of the commission, but it is unfair on my part if I am limited in terms of choosing the kind of witness that I want to choose. And she was prepared to come and respond, because there was allegation here in terms of Chief's assertion, the file that you gave me from Chief, that she accepted that she has actually withdrawn the case. And it is important for the commission to actually listen to a side of the story, irrespective of how your understanding is in terms of me using a junior to come and collaborate with my story. And I want to actually indicate that the four who came and made allegations against me, it took them a year to actually prepare those testimony. They prepared over a year, and I was only allowed to prepare for 2 days to create my own statement. And I am allowed now to respond to these allegations that were made against me in 2 days.
Dr. Mashazi, let me just correct one error. You say Mr. Mapie, Chief Mapie, was allowed to call Ms. Tipper as a witness, and you then ask, why aren't you allowed to call a witness? Here's the error you are making. Ms. Tipper was not called by Chief Mapie. She was called by the evidence leaders on behalf of the commission. And the fact that we allowed her testimony to be led is because we found that her evidence is relevant to the terms of reference. So just to disabuse your mind on the idea that she was called by Chief Mapie, she was not.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Commissioners, unless Dr. Mashazi would like to add anything, or commissioners have questions to Dr. Mashazi, that is the testimony of Dr. Mashazi before this commission. Thank you.
Dr. Mashazi, on this topic that you've been discussing with Ms. Sello, you have attached, you've given us as part of your documents, IM 28, if you go to your annexures, which is a letter from your attorneys to the commission. But maybe even before I raise with you what I want to raise about this, let me first maybe just to clear what I think may be a misconception from what you have repeatedly said from yesterday, about the opportunity that you've had to prepare. Your attorneys wrote to the Commission on the 14th of November. That's according to your bundle. You've given us a letter on the 14th of November. And you find that at page 10 of your bundle. And in that page 10 of your bundle, your attorneys say that emanating, and I quote, emanating from the evidence submitted at the Commission for the past few days that affects her in her erstwhile position and personally, that she be provided with statements and transcripts wherein reference is mentioned about her in order for her rebuttal of same in an affidavit substantiated with documentary evidence. So already on the 14th of November, you were aware that allegations have been made against you at that point. So you didn't become aware of what is being alleged against you only on the 25th or last week. As of the 14th, you offered you want to come to the Commission, and I think that's what you said yesterday. You said you want to come, and it's because you had become aware of allegations being made. I'm correct, right? On the 14th?
You're
yes.
Correct.
I just wanted to make the simple point that at the 14th of November, you, from whether media or wherever, you had become aware that things are being alleged against you and you wanted to respond to them.
Yes, I became aware on the 14th.
Yes.
But in terms of their testimony, what is important is the relevancy of their testimony to my response. Whatever is said in the media cannot be used as a response, or I cannot use it to actually respond to the Commission. I can only respond to the Commission with the testimony that was presented in the Commission, which I received on the 25th of November.
I accept that. I was simply making that simple point, and maybe to add to it that on the website we do have the transcript and documents. But that's not the important part of what I want to raise with you. In your IM 28, which is a letter from your attorneys, the later attorneys after you changed, you explained yesterday why you changed attorneys. You have attached medical reports of two people who make the allegations against Chief Mapie. I'm concerned why these documents are being placed before us. Did you get permission to disclose medical reports of these two people from them? They are dated, well, maybe I should ask an anterior question. The one is dated the August 2024, and this is the person that is referred to in the charge sheet. You've agreed that you won't disclose their name, and I won't either. But that's in August 2024. And then the next one at page 132 is a different person that you haven't mentioned in your statement, and they are not in the charge sheet. They're not mentioned in the charge sheet. It's at 132, and that too is a report in August 2024. That's your IM 28. And both of them are medical reports. How did you get hold of these documents?
I got them from the victim.
They gave them to you?
Yes.
When they came to you?
They gave me the report when, I think during the week as we're preparing.
So you are already out of the municipality when they give you these documents?
Yes.
Okay. And did they know that you were going to disclose them to the Commission?
They're aware, she's aware.
Okay. So they gave you permission that these can be publicized because our records go onto our website. And this is highly confidential material, as you would know, medical reports. There's confidentiality obligations. You have served them before us. What are we to do with this when we upload our documents onto the website? Do you have permission to disclose these publicly as you've now done?
Yes, she gave me permission, and she also indicated that she wants to come and testify. Hence,
Yes.
I've actually included the documents.
No, we have your word so far. As far as I'm aware, they haven't approached the commission, so I'm not having that. I'm not debating that with you. Maybe they did say that to you. I'm just concerned about how are we expected as a commission to deal with these documents, and if you are saying to us that you have permission that these can be part of our public record, I would ask, it should come from the chairperson, but because I'm raising the issue with you, I would like to see it in an affidavit from you that you have permission and that it is confirmed by these two individuals that this can be part of a public record.
Correct. I'll go back to her because she requested to be part of this when she gave me the documents.
Okay.
For the fact that I sourced the documents from her, it means she's prepared to come before the commission and talk to the documents.
Yeah, I just want to be sure. I think the commission will be happier having authorization from the owner of these documents that they should be published. And if we don't have that authorization, we probably would have to consider expunging it from our record.
Thank you.
Right. I see Miss Dr. Mashazi's attorney wanted to say something. I don't want to shut him down. Okay, thank you.
Yes, Mr. Musa.
Yes, Chair. Commissioners, very briefly, I think with matters that are so sensitive, it would be more appropriate to obtain an affidavit from the victim herself, just to protect all parties, and that is the one point I wanted to raise. The second point being the aspects dealt with under question 13 are not entirely aspects introduced by Dr. Moshazi out of free will to advance her own personal ulterior motives, but on invitation by the evidence leader under point 13 to deal with the aspects of the charge sheet, the notice of suspension. And, I'm tempted many times throughout the last 2 days to intervene, but obviously it's not the platform to do so. But I do feel the last part was a bit of an unfair character attack on Dr. Mashazi, in the sense that she didn't come voluntarily and produce a charge sheet, the notice of suspension, etc. She was asked to obtain information by the evidence leader, which she did. And once she does fully comply and obtain as much information as she can, she's sort of wrapped around her. So it was just 2 points that, if I don't mention it, doesn't sit well with me. The first one I think is more critical, but the second point is something my learned colleague Peter indicated to me, that they're asking us to do it, we do it, and this is what comes off it. So apologies for overstepping, but it was just 2 things that I think, and it's the last 2 things I say in passing. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Musa. Thank you. Do we leave it at that? Mr.
Yes, except maybe to say, is it possible to give Dr. Mashazi and Mr. Musa an opportunity to consider the issues raised by Commissioner Baloyi and to determine the necessity of filing the affidavit vis-a-vis expungement of those documents, regard being heard to the testimony of Dr. Mashazi? So let them make the call. And then
the evidence leaders and the legal representatives will come back to us on that. Thank you very much. Dr. Mashazi, anything to say perhaps in conclusion?
Yeah, I want to take this opportunity to thank the Commission for allowing me to state my side of the story. And I want to truly apologize if yesterday I came across as being restless or not in compliance with your rules. The Commission would understand that this is my first appearance, especially in a sort of a court of law where you are cross-examined. And I did not expect this, to be honest, that I'm going to be cross-examined. I thought I'm going to be asked questions to clarify and give evidence to assist the Commission to make a recommendation to the President. But unfortunately, the cross-examination actually took me out of my character. And at some point, especially the first session in the morning, I was not like in compliance with your rules, and I truly apologized. Is my apology accepted?
Speaking for myself, yes. I'm saying speaking for myself, yes. I cannot speak for the chair.
Thanks.
Dr. Mashazi, thank you very much. Oh, I did not hear that part. I was whispering to my colleague, Commissioner Valoyi. Dr. Mashazi, we understand the pressure. I've never had to sit in the witness box, so I can imagine the pressure you were in. Apology accepted.
Thank you.
Let's adjourn and come back at 2:30. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair.
Good afternoon, everyone. We are about to resume. Just a reminder to all members of the media, once you've taken your shots, there's a line for the media which is 2 rows back. Please respect that. Thank you. And please, members of the public, switch off your cell phones. Thank you.
Ms. Sillo,
Yes, Chair.
why the change of position?
I'm following my leader.
Because there I am, I'm looking there.
I know. This is a preference my leader has, so I'll have to follow her lead.
Thank you. Yes.
Afternoon, before
yes.
we turn to that, afternoon, Chair, for purposes of the record, I understand Brigadier Majeng was committed or subpoenaed for today. I am informed that he has filed his statement. It's a she, right? She has filed her statement and is released from appearing. We propose that she be released from appearing today, and she will be given a new date on which to appear. So if the commissioners could approve that.
Obviously in the new year then, or not?
In the new year, Chair.
Thank you.
Secondly, we this afternoon start with the testimony of Minister Senzo Mchunu. Before we get into that, it is necessary that I place some issues on record and request that the commissioners approve the approach we are adopting. Due to changes that we had to effect to our programming, the result is we are starting with Minister Mchunu this afternoon. But we already have a witness under subpoena for tomorrow. And we have engaged with Minister Mchunu and his legal representatives. And the agreement is as follows. Minister Mchunu will start this afternoon. And in the course of the afternoon, he will give evidence, his version of the issues, uninterrupted and unquestioned in large part by the evidence leaders. He will be testifying in this session of the Commission strictly on matters pertaining to the PKTT. So when he does eventually address the commissioners, it will be on the PKTT. He has submitted a statement, and it's expected that to a large extent, it will follow what he has in the statement. But today, we shall not be engaged by the evidence leaders. He then has to come back for the second day. But because of this witness that is already under subpoena for tomorrow, we have requested, and Mr. Mchunu and his team have graciously agreed that after today, he stand down to Thursday. So we'll interpose his testimony by bringing the other witness tomorrow, which is an EMPD-related witness. We believe that it can work and it shouldn't necessarily cause confusion, because we hope that Minister Mchunu would have finished with putting forward his version of events when he addresses the question of PKTT, so that when we reconvene on the Thursday coming, then the engagement with the evidence leaders starts. If that accords with the commissioners, we propose that we approach the testimony in that manner.
And by engagement, you mean pointed questions?
Pointed questions by evidence leaders. As I say, today we will resist engaging him pointedly on these matters and to give him the opportunity to put forward his version on the matter. And I emphasize by the evidence leaders, because it is not my place to dictate to the commissioners how they deal with that. I thought just to share what the thinking is. and we're in the Commission's hands insofar as that is concerned.
You say the pointed questions will start on Thursday, and my sense is that you are saying in the morning on Thursday.
In the morning, so we expect on
So-
Thursday to run the normal day.
So that means you are hoping that the evidence today on the PKTT will be completed. Is that the idea? I've seen, my experience here is that for a whole day we take only about 12 pages of a statement. So unless you tell me that the minister's statement on the PKTT is around 12 pages, and that's the whole day, by the way. Now we
It
have
is.
only the afternoon. So,
Chair, in discussion with Minister Mkunu and his legal representatives, I put it no higher than to say it is a hope.
it is a hope. All right, all right.
And to the extent that it is impossible to achieve, we will then have to contend with a rollover to Thursday, hopefully morning,
Yes,
to allow
yes,
for
yes.
a proper engagement thereafter.
Thank you.
And I'm not in a position to give any guarantees
No,
beyond
I-
that.
I understand perfectly.
Thank you, Chair.
I understand perfectly. Thank
On
you.
that score, Minister Mkunu is represented by Advocate Ngukaitobi SC, instructed by Mr. Sandile July of Worksmans. And if we may invite Advocate Ngukaitobi to place himself. And his team on record. Thank you, Chair.
Please. Good afternoon, Mr. Ngukaitobi.
Good afternoon, Chair. Thank you for the attention, and your fellow commissioners, I greet them as well. My name is Tembeka Ngukaitobi. I am acting on behalf of Mr. Senzo Mchunu, the current Minister of Police. My juniors are Advocate Natalie Kezibutelezi and an advocate who is known to one of your commissioners, Advocate Mahotso Lengane. We are instructed by Mr. Sandile July from Worksmans.
Thank you, Mr. Ngukaitobi.
Thank you,
Might
Chair.
I add one point to my learned friend's preliminary issues? We have asked for an opportunity to re-examine. My understanding is that it's not objected to. We have arranged that it should be done if we exercise it on Friday from 2 p.m.
That's in order, Mr. Ngukaitobi.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. We are ready to lead a testimony of Minister Mkunu, and that will be done today by Advocate Lee Sigal Ngube. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Lo. Yes.
Thank you, Chair.
Yes.
Chair, the Minister will take the oath.
Good afternoon, Minister.
Good afternoon to you.
Please place your full names on record.
My name is Senzo Mchunu.
Thank you. Do you swear that the evidence you are going to give is the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth? If so, please raise your right hand and say, "So help me God."
So help me God.
Thank you, Minister.
Chair, if I could just ask the Minister to please bring the microphone closer to him and
Yeah,
keep
please,
it on.
Please pull both if
Yes.
they are pullable. I don't know if there is such a word.
And Chair, you would
Towards you, Minister. I think I saw you pushing them away. Please pull them towards
closer to you.
you. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair, I thought that before we start the minister's evidence, if he could just explain the reason why he has an earpiece in case there may be questions as to the reason for the earpiece.
Is it necessary? Is it necessary? Really? Oh yeah, please then, Minister.
Thank you very much, Chair of the Commission and Commissioners. I've just have a slight problem with my left ear, and then I requested that I enhance my hearing. It's nothing abnormal, but for purposes of this commission, I wanted to pick up every word and ensure that I am with the commission.
I don't know whether it's me, Minister. Maybe I also need an earpiece. Then it's a bit hard for me to hear you. I've heard every word though, but
okay.
I somehow have to strain.
I need to raise my voice when I speak.
Please, thank you.
I will do so, I promise.
Thank you.
Chair, they just want to assist the minister to increase the volume on his microphone.
Sorry, testing 1, 2.
You can switch it on, Minister. Thank you. Minister, you would have been provided with files in front of you marked 1 of 5 to 5 of 5. And the first file is 1 of 5, which should contain a statement. I just want to confirm that you have file 1 of 5 with you, in front of you. And
yes,
if you can confirm that from page 1 to 92 of that, that's your statement for purposes of your evidence today.
I confirm.
And do you confirm the contents of the statement and the accuracy thereof?
Yes, I do.
Now, if we could start, you have the introduction section starting at paragraph 1, but if I could ask you to start on page 4, which is page 2 of the statement, paginated page 2, which deals with, if we can just orientate ourselves as to the pagination system, and then what you have in front of you. I will be referring to the paginated pages of your statement. On at paragraph 8 of your statement, you start dealing with your personal background and appointment as the Minister of Police. Prior to that, you have some introductory comments, but I would like for you to just briefly summarize your personal background and the events leading up to your appointment as Minister of Police. Very briefly, please.
Thank you very much once more, Chair and Commissioners. My name is indicated earlier is Senzo Mchunu, and I was born at Hlabisa and went to high school, and then started working as a teacher a number of years, and then went to be full-time in the African National Congress in 1991, and after that worked in other provincial structures, and then became MSc in 2008, and then Premier in 2013, and then 2013 the same year, 2016 to 2013 to 2016, and then I broke from May 2016 and the whole of 2017. I was unemployed, and then got employed in 2018 in March, by the African National Congress at head office, and then up to the elections of 2019, after which I got appointed as Minister of Public Service, up to 2021, and then on the 5th of August 2021, I was then appointed as Minister of Water and Sanitation, after which up to the general elections in 2024, and then post-elections I was appointed by the President as Minister of Police.
And then
currently I'm on leave. I'm on special leave.
And then in the introductory paragraphs, you deal with matters which you say at paragraph 4 and 5 of your statement. You say that there are aspects that you are not in a position to speak to. If you could just explain to us why you say you're not in a position to speak to those matters and what those matters are at paragraph 4 and 5 of your statement.
Well, I'm saying on paragraph 4, to start with, I'm not in a position to speak about operational decisions taken by SAPS members without my involvement or knowledge, in case there are specific matters that arise that fit in this description. I won't be able to speak on those, simply because as Minister, I don't necessarily direct, approve, or participate in operational policing decisions or activities like operations that from time to time police decide on wherever in the country. I don't deal with those. And any interference or suggestion that I played a role in authorizing or coordinating operational decisions, including who to arrest and where, and then raids, when to do a raid and not when to do a raid, and tactical deployments, who goes where, for what reason, such insinuations are incorrect. It is for this reason that I'm saying I'm not able to speak on those. And in paragraph 5, several allegations placed before the Commission relate to communications said to involve me or my instructions, and I want to place on record that I didn't participate in any operational communication channels, nor did I use encrypted platforms for such alleged purposes. Then I address those matters in detail in subsequent sections.
Thank you, Minister. And then at paragraph 6, you then also deal with aspects that you say you don't necessarily have personal knowledge of those aspects, but you deal with them purely to assist the Commission with its factual reconstruction. Can you just explain what you mean by that at paragraph 6?
On paragraph 6, yes, the Commission has also been presented with extensive evidence relating to SAPS dynamics internally, allegations of criminal infiltration and conduct attributed to certain senior officials, including Lieutenant General Sibia. And my knowledge of these matters arose only after they became a subject of evidence. In other words, I'm indicating that there isn't anything that I knew or I know internally, or I know anything about internally in relation to criminality and so on, until most of the things came to the fore in the Commission.
So in other words, you don't have personal knowledge of them, you weren't involved contemporaneously in anything relating to that, but based on what you became aware of subsequent through evidence before the Commission or the ad hoc committee, you will deal with that insofar as it may assist the Commission in reconstructing its facts.
Yes.
Thank you. Then if we can go to the section where you deal with your orientation into the Ministry of Police, which is on page 6 of your statement, starting at paragraph 14. And just to place it in context, at this stage you had already had 2 stints as a minister. Is that correct? Before you joined as Minister of Police?
That's correct.
Okay. Can you just then take us through what the orientation entailed and when you actually took office?
Before I do so, as you instruct, I do want to indicate that through all those positions, that public positions that I have had the privilege to occupy, from MEC, Premier, ministerial positions, I have never been accused of corruption, not once. This is the first time that I get accused of such, as alleged particularly on the 6th of July. Now, the orientation that I'm talking about was the orientation that got organized in the main by National Commissioner, together with his deputies and other senior officers and subs, shortly after we got sworn in as ministers, and together with the deputy ministers that I serve with. So we met police management on a meet and greet basis, and we planned how the orientation would unfold. And thereafter, we started without any waste of time, from just shortly, I think within a week, running those orientations from July up to December. But I must add that we went beyond December, even though it was no longer just pure orientation. It involved some discussions, some decision-making. In fact, even during the period of orientation, because it would be repetitive in some cases, getting to other levels of matters, we would then have discussions and in some cases take decisions during orientation, broadly speaking. But where there was an opportunity, we would then narrow down on particular issues. And we proceeded then until December. And I would say that a little bit beyond that in some cases. Now, what we were dealing with in the main during those orientations, it was structural and organizational matters. And I should take it that it was logical that as new people, newly appointed minister, we would have needed to know the layers of subs from national up to a police station, and also know the organization horizontally. And indeed, it was structural in nature in the main. Personally, I was interested on these matters because as soon as we got appointed, I had a sense that we would need to get into some of the challenges of subs that I had some distant understanding on, that were structural in nature, and therefore it was quite an opportunity for us to learn those. And there were particular dates when we would focus on a matter, like the 12th of June, 15th of July, the 14th of August, and the 19th of November, where in the main we're dealing with crime intelligence almost exclusively and so on. Now, because of a number of reasons, it was during that period, during those discussions and engagements, when one of the things that we picked up was that the head of crime intelligence is also the head of National Political Killings Task Team at the same time. Now, I did engage a little bit with that particular matter as we picked it up, as we picked it during that time, saying that how did it happen? I was asking a question and made a comment or a remark that it possibly was oversight when that decision was made. Lieutenant General Kumalo was first appointed as head of National Political Task Team, sometimes known as PKTT, and then in 2020, that was 2018, and then thereafter, in 2022, he was appointed as head of crime intelligence. Now, we then passed that particular matter after picking it up and making commentary about it. But we also got to know...
Minister, sorry,
Yes.
please hold your thought. Don't forget where you were. I get confused. My impression is that you use the royal we, although you are referring only to yourself. But sometimes, on the odd occasion, you will use I. And where you are in a meeting situation and you say, we decided, I'm not quite sure whether it's only you that decided, you as the minister, after being briefed by those you would be with, or whether it was a decision of all of you, you and the other people with whom you are at a meeting. So I get confused between the royal we and the singular I.
Well, yes, I was, when I used I was making reference to the question that I asked during that meeting and those engagements, which I assume to be in the interest of all of us who were there, particularly the ministry, meaning the two deputy ministers that...
So must I understand we to refer to more than just you? So it's not the royal we?
No. It is just us.
Thank you. Thank
yes.
you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Chair. And Minister, just while we're on that, at paragraph 15 of your statement, you refer to the participants in that orientation process. You say it's senior management of the police, and you identify General Masimola, and you say his deputy ministers. His deputies. So the National Commission and his deputies, would that have been General Sabia, Lieutenant General Sentimule, Lieutenant General Sabia, and Lieutenant General Musikiri?
Not exactly. Not Lieutenant General Sentimule, but his deputies are Lieutenant General Musikiri, Lieutenant General Sabia, and then there is an acting general in support services, Lieutenant General Khua. Those are the three deputies. But there is then CFO, who is at the same level as well as the deputies in finance. It's just that normally when you talk about Deputy National Commissioners, you refer to the three, but she's actually there as well at the same level. So those are the people I'm referring to, but there would be other staff or other police officers depending on the matter at hand.
Thank you. And so insofar as you dealt with the dual role of Lieutenant General Kumalo, Dumisani Kumalo, and those discussions had arisen, who brought that tension up about his dual roles? Who was the person that raised that concern in the meeting?
I raised that concern myself politely, and it was a remark, but I considered it as a serious remark because I wouldn't have expected that there would be that dual role, not necessarily because of the load and other related matters, but because of the role that crime intelligence plays in the country, which I regard as a 24/7 kind of work, very, very critical in terms of assisting police in the fight against crime. And we were later going to discuss it as we did, identifying crime intelligence as the main enabler among other enablers in terms of assisting police to fight crime in the country.
Okay, and at the time that you had raised that issue, were you aware that General Sabia had also raised that issue with General Masimola, that he thought that General Kumalo shouldn't have that dual role?
Not at all.
Okay, thank you, Minister. You may proceed.
Well, we were also briefed about long-standing organizational challenges that predated our appointment, including the task teams, various task teams, delays in taking some decisions and implementing them, especially relating to the work study that had been commissioned some time before. There was also some mention of murder and robbery unit. There were also other matters, including on human resource management, that we discussed there. Some of the discussions, of course, touched on matters relevant to the National Political Killings Task Team based in KwaZulu-Natal. For instance, in a meeting on the 1st of November 2024, the National Commissioner did inform me and the deputies, Dr. Oshielo and Mr. Castle Matale, that the National Political Killings Task Team wasn't a formal unit necessarily, but rather an interim task team. I will elaborate on this later on. Overall, my take during that orientation was that it was a fruitful 5-month kind of exercise by December to help us understand the department. On average, it takes about around five months to understand a department. It can take less, and you reach higher levels of command in terms of understanding a department. But you then go on to intensify your knowledge about all other various matters in the department. But that's more or less what it had taken me to understand that in terms of the period in other departments. Now, at the end of that period, for instance, in December, we felt quite empowered, particularly if I could speak on behalf of myself. I felt quite empowered to do, going forward, what I needed to do. And had some understanding of broader matters in a department. I want to go on to say that at this juncture, point out that it is worth noting that the National Commissioner's response in Parliament in 2023, when Ms. Z. Majosi of Inkatha Freedom Party asked him a question or questions relating to the then status of the South African Police Service and specialized task teams dedicated to combating specific types of crime. In this regard, the National Commissioner stated as follows: the SAPS is in the process of establishing dedicated murder and robbery units in provinces as a specialized investigative response to these conduct crime categories, close quotes. National Commissioner's response intimated that murder and robbery units in provinces were still to be established. This was, however, inaccurate, as the units were already established by 2023. The written reply was signed by both the National Commissioner and the former Minister of Police, Bheki Cele, in December 2023, and it is attached and marked as an SM2. Now, the National Commissioner also explained that SAPS management envisioned that the National Political Killings Task Team would eventually be folded into a dedicated murder and robbery unit. As part of this, the National Commissioner was aware, right from 2019, of a work study signed in June 2019 by the preceding National Commissioner General Sithole, which recommended the resuscitation of the murder and robbery unit and the absorption or envisaged absorption of the National Political Killings Task Team or functions into the permanent structure that had been, or the study of which was a result of the study that had been commissioned just a year before, that is 2018. Now, at no stage during my orientation or the briefings I received was I informed of any operation resembling the event later described. I'm jumping now to December 2024. At no stage we were briefed about that. No briefing was given to me about any arrests, operations, or tactical deployments involving NPKTT during December. I'm mentioning this because I take it as important at this stage. But my initial period in the portfolio therefore focused once more on organizational structures, focused on governance, and I must add, systemic issues as well. But I pegged them under governance matters and requirements. So dealt with accountability mechanisms within SAPS. We dealt with budgetary issues and what gets considered in terms of allocating budget across the organization. And of course, we spoke about the need to consolidate temporal task teams within the South African Police Service. These issues formed the foundation for subsequent engagements, particularly in November and December 2024.
Thank you, Minister. Before we move on to the next topic, I just want to clarify two issues which may not be clear from your statement before you move on. In paragraph 17 of your statement, you refer to orientation-focused meetings that were held, and you say that there were recurring themes across sessions held on 12 June. You only started in July. So I just want to know, the 12 June, is that an error? You say that the announcement was made, you were appointed the 30th of June. Orientation sessions happened in July 2024, but the first date in that paragraph refers to 12 June.
Yes, it would be.
Is it 12 July?
It would be 12 July.
Thank you. And then the second issue, just for clarity, at paragraph 24 of your statement, where you deal about the 6 December raid, you say that at no stage during my orientation or in the briefings that I received, in the paragraph 17 that we dealt with, you speak about sessions that seem to end on 19 November 2024, but you said earlier on that those sessions, the orientation sessions, went beyond December, correct?
Can you repeat that?
Yes. You said earlier on in your evidence that the orientation sessions went on beyond December. But in paragraph 17, you refer to certain sessions. If you can just go back to paragraph 17 of your statement where we just corrected the area. I just want to make sure that we understand what you're saying in paragraph 17. Are you saying in paragraph 17 that those specific dates mentioned there were sessions where the issue about the crime intelligence was raised? Or are you saying that those are the only orientation sessions that were held?
No, I was making an example that those dates there was a focus almost on one particular issue, that is crime intelligence. And of course, we went up to December, but I do say that in certain aspects we did go beyond December, still on orientation, but the type of which involved decision-making, discussion, not just pure orientation at that stage.
Okay, and then just back to paragraph 24, so that is the orientation. You also say, at no stage during my orientation or in the briefings. Are you speaking to briefings as being something separate to orientation, or are you using it interchangeably? Where you say in paragraph 24, at no stage during my orientation or in the briefings.
Oh, yes, during my orientation or in the briefings, I'm using that interchangeably, but I know that each one has a specific meaning, but in the context, I'm just using them interchangeably.
Okay. And when you speak about at no stage during my orientation or in the briefings, are we referring specifically to the period 2024, or are you also speaking about January 2025, because you've now said in your evidence that the orientation process went beyond December?
I'm talking about, or I'm referring to the orientation period up to December.
Okay.
Yes.
So if we are to understand paragraph 24, what you're saying is at no stage during 2024 were you briefed about a 6 December raid, or are you saying that at no stage at all in your time as the Minister of Police were you briefed about the 6 December raid?
Probably I'm saying both, that we were not, or I was not briefed about any operation resembling, if you could underline that one, resembling what came to be described later on as the 6 December raid. That is to say, a briefing that would say on such and such a day, police will be mounting a particular operation of this nature, beyond operations like Operation Chanela, that you would hear about, but these other ones, specific ones, were confined to police only.
And am I correct to say that you're dealing with that aspect specifically because you would have heard the evidence of General Masimola and General Kumalo that on the 16th of January 2025 they had briefed you about this operation and the arrest of Mr. Katiso and the links with senior officials where General Sabia's name was specifically mentioned with criminal syndicate, links with the criminal syndicate?
Yes, although I will deal with those matters later on.
Thank you. Just wanted to clarify that. So then the next topic then is the establishment of the PKTT. You may proceed. It starts at paragraph 26 of your statement on page 9.
The National Political Killings Task Team, and I want to make reference to that, use that, but and explain it so that we have synergy. In all the documents that relate to this task team, it is referred to as the National Political Killings Task Team or the National Task Team, or in some specific cases called PKTT. I'm just saying this to remove any confusion, especially one that I picked up in another commission in Parliament, where there was sort of an outright denial that there's something called National Political Killings Task Team. And there are reasons for that, that it was called National Political Task Team. It refers to the budget. It refers to the leadership of the National Political Task Team, in particular, to make it virtually national. So it was established in 2018 by an inter-ministerial committee chaired by the Minister of Police. Now, the interministerial committee itself was appointed by the President of the Republic, President Cyril Ramaphosa. This was in response to a surge which had been building over time in KwaZulu-Natal, a surge in what came to be described as political killings, which refers to the murders or assassinations of people occupying political positions in that province, in some cases also together with officials in government structures. Now, there was then a concern that there was a surge, a noticeable surge, and it was like consistent. And the president then decided that he would appoint an interministerial committee, and he instructed them to work on a mechanism that would contain the situation and actually reverse that trend that was taking root at that particular time. Now, it was created as a special project, just like in the language in government, where a special project can be created in any department. And it was established through an exercise of executive authority. Now, I need to emphasize that it was established through, if you like, political intervention, where the president was using his executive powers to intervene in a situation as was necessary. It was not established in terms of Section 11(2)(d) of the Constitution of the Republic. Section 11(2)(d) of the South African Police Act 68 of 1995, which, in other words, a combination of the two, which empowers the National Commissioner to establish components or units within SAPS its creation was therefore political and time-bound, and it did not form part of SAP's permanent organizational structure. National Commissioner can establish a task team anytime he sees fit, and using the powers bestowed on him by the Constitution and by the Police Act. A provincial commissioner can also do so. Even at district level, such task teams can be established. But the National Political Killings Task Team wasn't one of those established by the National Commissioner. It was established through that political intervention in the exercise of executive powers by the President. Now, because the NPKTT was a project, it was always understood that it was interim in nature. It was never at any stage understood to be a permanent kind of setup. And I must distinguish between a team at this stage to clarify my point. It was never established as a unit. It was established as a team, actually a task team. Now, and there's a difference between a team and a unit in SAPS. And I'm explaining that because at one point when the commission was on and Major General Van Rooyen was asked a specific question in this regard, she said, if I remember correctly, she said there is no difference between a unit and a team. And there is a difference. Now, the NPKTT was established as a project. It was allocated a specific budget taken from various programs at the time. In other words, it was not budgeted for in a normal way where you budget for a program in a department. It had a team that had just been set up mid-year, and then a budget had to be found to make it move on as required. Now, as such, like the principles that apply to all other projects of government, it would require periodic extensions or assessments, not extensions, but periodic assessments. It would require a budget to run. It would require a period which would be at which it will end. There's no project that I'm aware of in government that runs indefinitely. They are all time-bound. Now, the initial mandate of the NPKTT was actually for 6 months, not 6 years, 6 months, from July 2018 to the end of the year. It was then extended from January to July 2019. And thereafter, they decided that if any extension, it would be annual. But initially, it was 6 months. That's why at the end of the first 6 months, there was an assessment. And it was decided consciously that there would need to be an extension, which was for another 6 months. Now, in 2020, there was COVID in the country, and there was no assessment that was made of the PKTT in that year. The following year, 2021, an assessment was conducted. And as required, and an extension signed off by the National Commissioner, and the National Political Killings Task Team was ultimately appointed or apportioned its funding for the relevant year because of its extension. Now, beyond 2022, because this was an extension between 2021 and 2022, there was no further extension that was sought. In the same manner, I should qualify that, as it had happened before. And there's marked differences when you look at the previous extensions and after 2022. As a result, the NPKTT continued to operate without a required assessment and renewal for more than 2 years. And I'm advised that the relevant expenditure during this period, beyond 2022, on the NPKTT is irregular under the PFMA, Act 1 of 1999. So what I'm explaining here is that the National Political Killings Task Team was a project. It had a project leader. It was not a unit in SAPS, and it had no budget allocated, but budget had to be found from other programs, even during extensions, to fund it. And it had a clear objective. And it had to be subjected to regular assessments. And costs had to be calculated. At each time there would be an extension, just like all other projects of government. And it was time-bound all the time. From the time it was conceptualized. It was never an open-ended. It was 6 months, and next 6 months, and next a year, and then next a year, but after 2022, there were no longer, I would say, proper assessments in the true sense of the word.
Thank you, Minister. You then have a subtopic, but before we get to that subtopic, at paragraph 31, you mentioned that you are advised. Are you speaking about advice that you had received at the time when you were considering the PKTT or having regard to the PKTT, or now that it was in violation?
I'm talking about
now. Now,
yes.
Okay. You may proceed to the subtopic, which is the shift towards permanent structures. And you do set out here facts that, of course, you don't have personal knowledge of, but you do reference a work study, which you say you would have had knowledge of, because would that have been part of your orientation? Yes, if you could just deal with that briefly, please.
In September 2018, SAPS initiated feasibility studies for a new specialized investigative capacities, including murder and robbery, anti-gang taxi violence, and cold cases or cold case investigations. These findings were later consolidated in the 2019 work study. In 2018-2019, feasibility studies confirmed that political murders were already within the core mandate of murder and robbery capacities and didn't require a parallel temporal task team structure. The study set out a detailed minimum personnel and functional requirements that couldn't be met sustainably through temporal project team, in other words, on a project team basis, or on a project basis, rather. Now, on 26 June 2019, General Sithole approved the work study establishing the murder and robbery unit and other specialized unit as per the outcome of the work study commissioned, as I indicated above. The murder and robbery unit's mandate, including serial murders, police killings, political murders, murders of elderly persons, and attacks on farms and small holding. And I attach a copy for your reference as SM3. It outlines very, very well. And perhaps I should just explain it as you would see there. The component is called serious and violent crimes. Under it, there is a section called murder and robbery. And under murder and robbery, in terms of the list of mandates that murder and robbery would do under serious and violent crimes, that is where you will find that list of mandates. And that list includes political matters, even at that stage. I had, you will see on page 12, all identified serial murders that I've been speaking to on the other page, murder and attempted murder, even murders committed against officials employed in the criminal justice system whilst in the execution of their duties. He then talks about police killings, as I've indicated, but next to that, political murders and attempted murders. And it goes down. These are mandates that were identified by the work study, which was translated into a structure, an organizational structure. Now, I won't go down there because it's clearer.
Minister, is there any significance that police killings, political murders, and
sorry, Chair, just give the minister a moment. Yes.
Sorry.
Thank you.
It falls. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Let me start again, Minister. You'll see that you have the various bullet points there.
Yes.
And each one of those, except the one that I'm going to talk about just now, appear to have one idea, as it were. But when it comes to police killings, you have bullet police killings, and on the same line, or in the same line, you have what looks like a bullet. So in a sense, it's a bullet within a bullet. Then you have political murders and attempted murders. Is there any significance in that, or is it a typo?
It is a typo because when you look at the structure itself, it has a box of its own.
Thank you, thank you.
Thank you, Minister. You may proceed. Do you want
No.
to get
I've
to...
just, our minister, my co-commissioner, Commissioner Kumalo, has taken me to the original, the annexure itself, and there indeed they are separate bullets. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner.
Minister, do you then want to deal with the work study and what, at paragraph 37, and what it effectively did?
Now, this work study understood or conceptualized and understood in the manner that I've outlined by those who were dealing with it, effectively disestablished the NPKTT. Now, and established a single murder and robbery unit that would carry out the various functions of the different task teams under one umbrella. I must pause here and indicate that at one point, I don't know whether it was a month after I got appointed, I had the privilege of meeting former National Commissioner for another purpose. And I may as well indicate that the purpose was to deal with a problem that he had, or a problem that he had regarding his pension. And that meeting took place in September, or around that time. We were to discuss his complaint that he was not getting his pension. And we then had an informal chat. But I had asked him a question in the process. What is this thing called cold investigations? And then he explained, and in the process, he then took me through the work study and various matters, not in the form of a presentation, but as we were chatting. Now, I'm noting that because he didn't seem to be interested in serious and violent crimes more than in murder and robbery. That is where his emphasis were. Now, on 14 November 2019, as we continue, Major General Mzima signed an implementation letter, now implementing the work study that had been commissioned, that had now been translated into a structure, and now it was for implementation. And I want to go back to emphasize what I've just said, that according to those who were involved, once you implemented the structure, you now have murder and robbery under which you had those mandates, which meant you had sub-units under murder and robbery, sub-units. So these mandates would be carried out by sub-units. It meant that you wouldn't have PKTT or NPKTT as established in 2018. It would be absorbed into murder and robbery. So what she was signing, was then a letter giving the department a go-ahead. And the functions, therefore, contemplated in the work study were to be implemented in phases as per their decision. Now, the only specialized unit that became immediately operative upon the signing on the 14th of November was anti-gang unit in the Western Cape and in the Eastern Cape. So they signed, and then they are already, because by this time, 14 November at signing, some units had already been established, as it were, but they were phasing them in in terms of the process. Now I want to pause here and then fast forward. I'm saying fast forward so that I don't confuse you now that I'm jumping to 6 March 2024, which is last year, but still before. Colonel A.K. Marai conducted a further work study assessment to determine implementation process that, in other words, that had been called for or ushered in by another implementation letter of 14 November 2019. It's now 2024. So Colonel Marai is now conducting another assessment to determine how far has implementation gone as per letter of implementation letter of 2019. Now, the Marai report, if I could call it that, identified multiple task teams operating without monitoring, without coordination, without budgetary accountability, including political matter team. Now, we supply the copy of the Marai report marked SM5. In paragraph 6, in paragraph 4, in paragraph 5 and paragraph 1 of the Marai report, the following observations are made regarding the NPKTT and other task teams. And I quote the relevant aspects. The task teams that are not monitored, that they had discovered in the assessment, run rampant for years without determining or accounting for the gap left where the members were taken from, mostly at station level. Task teams found operating in provinces. So he does an assessment, and he discovered that there are several teams that are still operating in provinces despite the implementation letter of November 2019. And then he names these task teams that are still operating unmonitored, that are still running rampant, where there is less accountability. He makes reference to foreign vehicle task team, multiple trial, essential infrastructure, political matter team, to name a few examples of what the assessment determined or Marai study determined. So in summary, the recommendation in relation to NPKTT was that its functions be transferred to murder and robbery as indicated above. Just like there was a consolidation process in terms of the decision of 2019. This was to prevent various task teams, including NPKTT, from operating in a silo with no coordination or budgetary oversight. So when signing the Marai report on 16 September 2024, and by that time we had arrived, Lieutenant General Sbiya, as one of the signatories, he makes the following remarks, and I quote, "It is deeply concerning that a study of this nature was undertaken and approved by the National Commissioner as far back as 2016. To date, but no implementation by the respective provinces. Now, what is also of concern is that despite numerous work-study approval by different national, I would say national commissioners or national structures, little to no effort was made by provinces to resource and implement approved recommendations. This has significantly contributed to the poor performance of the detective services in particular. And in recent crime stats released, it was evident that commercial crime investigations was neglected, considering the fact that the study proves a 17% implementation. Little else can be expected. To a greater extent, there is 46 units not implemented, whereas 42 were only partially implemented. In other words, the detectives are operating under a complete deficit. There is overall 57% shortage of capacity at close quotes. Now, this was a remark by one of the signatories to that work study, but I go to paragraph 45, which is important, of my statement. Again, fast forward to this year. On 5 June 2025, General Masimula, the National Commissioner, signed off the work study with the instruction that implementation must be expedited, as he signed, making that remark. So if you look at it, it had taken the National Commissioner a full year to sign the implementation, which was now expedited from March 2024 to 2025, to June 2025. So it was a year-long lapse after everybody else had signed. Had he signed in March 2024, it would have meant that signing becomes an implementation of what had been agreed on in terms of specialized units as per the work study of 2019. And by this time, 2024, the units were there. They could have been at different levels of strength, but they were there by that time in 2024. Now let me talk about lapses.
Just to make sure I understand, Minister. So are you basically saying if General Masemula had signed off on the implementation in 2024, a unit like the NPKTT, as you call it, would have been dissolved as at 2024?
Yes, it would have been dissolved. It would have been dissolved, commissioners, for the simple reason that the NPKTT couldn't coexist with specialized units, one of which would be serious and violent crimes as a component, under which there would be murder and robbery, under which there would be a sub-unit called political killings. It would be an unnecessary duplication, and it would run against the letter and spirit of the work study as they adopted it in 2019 and wish to implement it all these years, as I say.
Thank you.
Minister, I'm here. If I may just ask on the back of this response to the chairperson, at paragraph 37 of the statement, You say that the work study effectively disestablished the NPKTT. Can you just explain that? Because my first understanding of that statement of yours is that beyond 2019, after that work study was adopted, beyond that period, there should never have been a PKTT. Is that a correct understanding of what you're conveying in paragraph 37?
Correct. But depending on their assessment of implementation of the implementation letter of 2019 in September, that would prove that the murder and robbery is now running in this and that and so on, provinces and at national, because the murder and robbery would be both at national and at provincial level. Once they determine that, then it would run, and by 2024, murder and robbery was there. And I can even go further to say, shortly after we got appointed, we ourselves started discussing with management a new organogram, a new organizational structure, which I will come to later. And it was emphasized that no, in fact, we do have murder and robbery. We do have this and that unit, but I'll come to that later on.
Thank you.
Now, so the summary in paragraph 45, the summary is that one of the things that would have happened, therefore, is that the functions of PKTT and other units would be transferred to the units that would have been established as per the work study and implementation. Now, I need to lift my head here and say the simple process, it would have been just a simple process in a department to say, I imagine they would even possibly not want to talk about disbandment. They might have chosen to say it's absorption. It's an internal departmental kind of process in the light of the internal processes, organizational processes that would have taken place, and they would merely have done that kind of implementation on themselves. And I would make an example of one unit that we disestablished in the process of orientation in 2024 without much ado. Now, I want to proceed. I was just addressing in passing the lapses. Sometimes, commissioners, in the departments that we run or are appointed to run, you do from time to time come across lapses. Other lapses have minor impact and minor consequences, but other lapses have bigger consequences depending on the case at hand.
Sorry, Minister, I don't want to break your flow, but when you are looking at the work study, please at some point consider 8.10 of the recommendations. It will be on page 201 of the annexures. Just make a note for yourself, Minister, and then at some point. But it deals with the very subject you are addressing now.
Okay. Okay. Thank you, Commissioner. Now, let me go to, so in the meantime, I do make that point as part of paragraph 46 as a part of expansion. In the meantime, we had started, as I have pointed out, the reviewing of the organizational structure, which is now in line with the 7th administration. So that is what was happening. Now, I then deal with organizational placement and budget implications. Well, I make reference out. I know commissioners have ease of reference in the structures. I had intended putting it in a screen for clarity, because I know that you are being followed as a commission by many, many people in the country who may want to understand what is that we're talking about, but maybe we don't have luxury of time on our side.
We do have it, Minister. We can project it. Thank you.
I would love that we display that. I won't go to all the boxes. I'll just make reference to what we're talking about only.
Thank you.
Ms. Sigels, aren't we going to see it?
We are going to, Chair. And just for the benefit of the commissioners, the hard copy is also in the exhibit bundle CJC 55, which would have been provided to you. It could be file 2 of 2. It's the exhibit correspondence and documents bundle.
I would have loved a pointer if you have it. I'm sorry, I have a question late.
Unfortunately, we don't have a pointer, Minister.
Okay, I'll use my finger.
You can refer, and then she will circle it.
Ms. Mube, can this be expanded here? We can hardly see a thing.
More?
So this is you'll see this is the structure signed this year. Now I do need to clarify this point, because someone said Minister Mkhunu is misleading the public, disbanding National Political Task Team in 2024 and making reference to a structure signed in 2025, so that I don't mislead that particular person and the public. The structure, the new organizational structure, we completed last year before the end of the year, a reviewed organizational structure. But there are processes that involve labor that took some time into the new year, leading up to the official signing on that date. But the structure had been agreed on internally in 2024. So what you see there is as we had decided on or agreed on right in 2024, but now it's then indicated as such. But I want to go to the division that deals with detectives, the detective section. There's another slide. If you could move to another slide, that will make things clearer. What we are talking about. If you would start counting the boxes from left. Oh, okay. Thank you very much. Okay. Thank you. it's in the signed one that I said we completed it last year, but then signing got a little bit delayed because of various processes. So there are other units, but in terms of mandates of Med and Robert, there is then, even if it's not indicated there, those mandates that are in bullets, but there it just shows Med and Robert. Thank you. So I would, it's duplicated even at provincial level as well, national and provincial. Then I would go to paragraph 53.
Are you done with the organogram?
Yes.
Okay. They'll just take the handheld mic from you.
Please switch on those
sorry.
mics.
Thank you.
Thank you, Minister.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner. Thank you. So I now...
Sorry, Minister?
Yes.
Can I, before you move on to 53, what does it mean practically when you say the structure was approved in 2024, but it was still to be subjected to engagement with unions? Can you just explain what is the effect of that?
Well, just drawing from my experience while I work for public service and administration, and I don't want to point a finger to labor, but it does delay because you structure inside a department, and then you do the micro, meaning you negotiate internally with placements of people as per the new structure. Once those processes have been completed, you effectively have a structure. But you still have to take that structure to labor, that is triple SPC, to say, here is a proposed structure by the department. You are now talking to external partners, labor, as it is now, good as it is, but it delays the impact. I even went out of my way, persuaded the leadership of labor to say, could you give us in terms of the period of consultations and all of that? Not necessarily to say I was undermining labor, but I was saying because of the pressures that we had, for which we reviewed the structure. When we reviewed the structure, we're not ticking a box. We had something specific in mind because of the pressures that we had, which I'll go to later on. So it has an impact.
Yeah, I guess what I'm trying to understand is this is signed in 2025, on a date in 2025. Does it mean that until then, there was no structure to implement? The SAPs could not implement this until the unions have had their say in the obligatory consultation process.
There is never, Commissioner, there is never a period where there is no structure. The old structure would be in place until signing, which replaces the old one.
Yes, I realize I spoke clumsily. Let me try and neaten it up a bit. You have a structure already in place by the time in 2024 you adopt this new structure.
Yes, internally.
That's internal. It must now go through the union process.
Yes.
Because that's what a collective agreement requires.
Yes.
Now my question is, until the unions have had their input into this internally approved new structure, until the unions have had their input, you can't implement this new structure. That's what I'm trying to understand.
Legally, yes, you can't implement.
Thank you.
You can't implement legally.
Thank you, Minister.
Paragraph 53. The main features of the new organizational structure. Now, first, just to pass that, as we dealt with the new structure, we were made conscious, and we were aware that we have a very fertile basis on which to do the review. We're not going to start afresh. There is a structure, as I've indicated. It has a long history, but we can look at the imperatives of the seventh administration and perhaps add what we think are the imperatives that would enhance or build on the structure that was there. Now, these from 53.1 to 53.5 are the new things that were introduced in the existing structure. Number one, we dealt with division visible policing services, which we agreed we needed to divide into two, so that there is visible policing services and operational response services, but from one structure. You now have two. And the reason for that is that when we analyzed this, we found that when you look at crime in South Africa, you need to fight crime in a way that is adjusted, structural, in terms of the organization structure, that is in line with the crime trends in the country. Now, crime trends in the country go beyond, in terms of the need to fight, it goes beyond visible policing alone, that is police in uniform and in police station. They do a lot of work. But there are certain forms of crime and types of crime that require more than that. And then we decided that you need to sharpen the combative side of SAPS. And units were there and are there. Not that we're going to start afresh. So you would now have almost three categories if you decide that ORS, as they call it, Operational Response Service, is now a division of its own. You would have uniform police frontline, especially on the preventive side, which is the commandate of SAPS in terms of the law. And then they would be backed by specialized units to do particularly investigative work. And then thirdly, they would be backed by ORS, the combative units. Those are your task force, your National Intervention Unit, your POP. Those are people who give SAPS the combative capacity to fight crime, especially in crime-ridden areas where there's almost resistance over a period. So you would have three lines. That was our thinking. But we found that even after deciding on ORS, officials told us that, we did have ORS at some point. We didn't have time to find out why was it removed? Why did you do away? Why did you disband it? This unit. From where I sit, it was important to have ORS as a division on its own instead of lumping it just together. Because if you lumped it, one of the things we found, it takes up 53% of the budget. This division, if it's not divided alone, division, visible policing service, 53% of the budget goes to this one alone. And it has got all these units, and no proper attention is given at the end of the day because people are overstretched. Now, what other feature was there other than dividing this and coming up with a new division called ORS, which was there before? It's the removal of police inspectorate, which was a unit. It was there when we started discussing. It's not a team. It's a unit. It is in the structure. It is an old structure. They wear uniform, they wear boots. And then in the main, they're in the office. Then they do work. Then we said, no, we want boots in the street and that uniform. And it was agreed that we are agreeing to disestablish the police inspectorate. And if you look at the structure that has been signed, you no longer have police inspectorate. It's a unit, it's not a team. So when people say, why and how do you disestablish a unit or a team? It's a fair question. We're in a democracy to talk, but it's not like you can't do it, that it can't be done. We did it. The whole unit in the organizational structure. 3, what else did we introduce? Is establishment of specialized units. This is more or less endorsement of what was there. We said it's a good thing that we have it, including all these components that I've spoken about. What else did we add? We relocated the division supply chain from where it was to report directly under Chief Financial Officer for better accountability in subs. I listened to our CFO when she appeared in the commission. She said a lot of irregular component.
Was it not in Parliament
yeah.
before the ad hoc committee?
I'm sorry, Chair and Commissioners. So when we observed this, we observed it as a weakness that the Divisional Commissioner of Supply Chain reports directly to the National Commissioner outside of the CFO. And the CFO is supposed to be the one who talks more about finances in terms of accountability of the department and other processes as a CFO, like it happens in other organizations. And CFO is in charge of 120 billion now of subs budget. Now you can't then spend it in a manner that CFO can't be seen to be in charge, and you just make supply chain manager or divisional commissioner, commissioner in this instance report directly to the National Commission. So we were doing this consciously to improve accountability so that we can change the situation. Now, these are the new features which are in line with the imperatives of the sixth administration. And when it comes to finances, we regard it that is part of policy for which the minister is responsible, and minister is responsible, minister is responsible. How do you allocate the resources and how do you account for them? It was for that reason. I'll jump the rest and maybe go to paragraph 56 to say, by late 2024, therefore, the National Operational Center was required to absorb NPKTT costs amounting to approximately 95 or 94 million for the 2024-2025 financial year. And when that submission was made to the financial officer, Lieutenant General Timpane, she recommended that this amount that was requested at that time, 20 million, and that the task team be disbanded, particularly after 2024 elections, and then a work study to determine its future be undergone to determine its future. And we have the copy of the commentary, just like we have made direct quotations from other lieutenant generals to help the Commission to understand what we are talking about. Now, National Commissioner subsequently approved a reduced allocation and so on. So indicating that we don't have a straight line in funding the National Political Killings Task Team right from 2018 up to this particular period. You make requests, you make memorandum, and so on and so on. Now, I pass this section.
Thank you, Minister.
Afternoon, Commissioners. It's brought to my attention that it's now, I think, gone past 4. Might this be an appropriate time for an adjournment?
Are we going to be?
We started a new topic thereafter. Sorry.
But still on
still PKTT.
The PKTT.
Yes.
Are we still going to be much longer?
If I may just confirm.
No, yes, Mr.
Chair, if I may, not too long. We are quite mindful of the time we have.
Yes.
I can't venture a guesstimate right now, but perhaps if we could have it, I would have an opportunity to confer with Advocate Sigal Ncube, and tomorrow we will give you an indication. But the objective is to be completed with Minister Mkunu, including engagement on questions by evidence leaders by Thursday. It remains an objective, and ours is to structure a plan to achieve that objective.
Please remind me, what do we have on Friday morning? Because what we were told in chambers is that Mr. Nkaitobi's re-examination will only be in the afternoon on Friday. Or was it repeated here? I'm not sure now.
Yes, I think he did. Yeah.
Yes.
He confirms it.
Yes.
On
Friday morning, what do we have?
We had a witness scheduled, but this afternoon we received an application for postponement to a later date, and that can only then now be next year.
Yes.
So we are still to apply our minds to that application. We think that solid reasons have been put forth for such a postponement, and once presented to the commissioners, is most likely to succeed.
Yes.
So on that basis, I think I can say that there is nothing currently scheduled for Friday morning if that application for a postponement is granted.
All right. I'm asking because I think that may give us time,
some breathing space,
to have the minister's testimony before the re-examination completed.
And we'll take that on board. We'll take that on board. Thank you, Chair.
If you're still going to be much longer and you are not able to tell us that you are not, so perhaps we should take the adjournment at this stage and
yes, Chair.
Resume at with the minister at 9:30 on Thursday.
Thursday.
Correct. And tomorrow morning?
Tomorrow we have Brigadier Mkwanazi continuing with the EMPD stream.
All right.
Thank you, Chair.
Let us adjourn till 9:30 tomorrow morning.
Thank you, Chair.